All right. Well, it turns out you don't go live if you don't click the go live button. Yeah, that is the thing. Oh, I think we're good to go. Move this over a little bit. All right. Where's the game? We've got a game to work on. I feel like generally happy with the outline shader and the general idea of the aesthetic. There's some changes we have to make with respect to, what is it? I think you can see it right here. I have like these 45-degree normals that I'm not sure work very well on these platforms with the outlines. So I think I'm going to remove them. But I also think that I'm going to make these platforms rounded edges and see what that looks like as well. So we'll see how it actually turns out. But to do that, we have to be in Blender. The other thing I did is I forked Bevy Gltf. So we have a patched version of Bevy Gltf, which is giving us a bunch of GLTF extra information in the loader. I wanted to see at some point if we could do reflection-based component addition. Right now it's just the logs. But I do feel like there's something we could do here. So TBD. Let's open Blender. Let's not save that. Allow. This is the cube we've got thrown around. This is the level. There's a couple of things we definitely need to do. We have a spawn location for the player. We don't have an end condition, like a success spot for the player to be. So we probably need to do that. Let's do, I guess this platform should really be like a component. Deciding whether I would just want to get rid of those or not. I think if I don't get rid of them, they'll still be in the GLTF when we export. But I think everything that is associated with this is also easy to replicate. And this is just, yeah, it's just the trim for the normals. And I think I'm going to get rid of the normals and do actual modeling. So I think we just get rid of these. And see what this looks like. I guess we can leave them and move them to the left for the moment. Then I want to add a cube, I think. Scale that down to 1 by 1. Let's scale it. What are we at? We're at 5 for these platforms. I think 5 is fine for the moment. I don't know that I want to introduce gaps in the first level. So we might just build a second level entirely. Let's do... Let's do in library, actually. New collection. We'll call this collection... What are we going to call this collection? Platform rounded. Here's what we're at, a little cube. Cube is going to have modifiers on it. Bevel. It's like 5 sections. Stick with 0.1 maybe. Platform rounded mesh. I guess this is really the mesh, isn't it? Platform rounded mesh. Level 1. Hey, do I think Bevy will have USD, Universal Scene Description support? I don't think that it will be a primary built-in thing. My understanding of USD is that it's very big and that nobody really supports all of it in the first place. Except for, of course, like Pixar or something, right? So do I think that there could be a USD to Bevy like import process? Yeah, I believe that that could exist. I don't think that USD will ever be Bevy's like core scene type. Bevy is going to have its own scene type. So it depends what you mean by support, I guess. Let's get rid of this. Let's do instance platform rounded. Z axis, no, Z is up in. Just make this like here, I guess. I definitely want this to have all the section stuff on it. So let's go back and do that. So if we go to vertex paint, we can go to attributes. We'll add in, what do we call it? Section color here. This will key into our custom outline phase. Face corner color. And then vertex paint. I think we're just going to go with like a something mid here. I want the outlines, but not really like the edges. Oh, it occurs to me that we can't paint this. Well, we're painting the whole thing, so it's fine. So let's export a GLTF. Let's get the actual interface to be a little bit bigger. I always forget to do that. Export GLTF, GLTF, assets, MISC. Let's see, in include, we want to include everything. So we're good. We need custom properties clicked. Data mesh attributes, I believe. Which means that section color has to have an underscore on it, actually, now that I think about it. And then there was something else. Apply modifiers is the other thing we want. And then for, I think for these we have underscore. Yeah. So we had to go back to this and change the name of this to have the underscore so that it exports. Custom properties, modifiers, attributes. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, we don't want to export all vertex colors because we're not actually using vertex colors anymore. So that's fine. You can check to remember the export settings. Export GLTF. Does that only remember? Okay, yeah, store them in the project. Perfect. Make this a little bigger. I think it remembers for the file, yeah. Okay, so obviously there's no collider on that. These other platforms have what? A couple of custom properties on them. They should have a custom. Oh, I'm in the mesh. The interface doesn't make this particularly easy. Where's the object? Constraints, physics, particles, modifiers, object. Data. Why do I feel like I lost my custom properties? There they are. I don't know why I didn't find this earlier. So collider, cuboid, cube size, this rigid body static. That's what we need on the other thing. I guess we don't technically need that specifically. We could have it be a different collider, but I don't like having to write this over and over. Let's see, string. Collider, cuboid. I think then we've got cube size, which is float array. We'll just leave that for default for a second. And then we also need rigid body. I think static. I forget if it's capitalized or not. Capital S. So the more that I do this, the more that I make those mistakes, the more that I want to make a little bit, something of a little bit lighter weight that we can use. That didn't work. Unknown variant 1, expected tri-mesh for mesh or cuboid. I guess it didn't actually set the value that I wanted. Like doing this and not having it export on save, not having it have specified values and whatnot. There we go. So we have the collider. Collider obviously wrong size. That's fine. Question, why is this like a deep blue? In the game. Is that filling with the outline color? I think it's filling with the outline color. So let's go to check that. Post-processing. I changed some stuff in the outline shader. Yeah, there we go. The rounded corners look a little weird. How's it going? We're doing okay. Hopefully doing some level stuff today. I don't know, the rounded corners look a little bit weird. Not entirely sure why. They shouldn't have anything really special about them. Obviously, collider wrong. My question to myself really is, like, if we do rounded corners, how does the outline work with the rounded corners? Because for straight edges, it's very easy to determine where a line should be. For rounded corners, I don't know that it's obvious where interior lines should be. So maybe we just don't do that for now. Also, I want to try this again. The outline color is getting full all over that. That should be like 0.5. Let me see. Greater than 1 minus the fill threshold. And special greater than 1 plus the fill threshold. Maybe I back... Did I reverse that? 1 minus fill threshold. Should be 0.99, right? Oh, I did greater than over here too. My question is, why is it like that? It doesn't feel like it should be filled in. And I'm not sure why it's filled in. Let's do a view of the section texture. Let's get rid of the thresholding for the moment. Return the section texture by itself. So the section color doesn't look like it got exported is the issue. So why didn't the section color get exported? Did I not have it selected? Does having modifiers change the way that that works? Did I specify it in the wrong way? Let's see, vertex paint mode, attribute. It needs to be on this. Paint. Set vertex colors. On section color. Yeah, there we go. We didn't export the section colors correctly. So now we should see that as a red cube, which it is. Cool. Cool. I did break something in here. Okay, there we go. That looks much better. That now the corners aren't messed up. Now I feel better about that. The question is then, I guess, when it's not colored like that, I guess, how do you tell where that edge is? And there's no material on it either. I probably need a debug setting that will just disable and return the texture load. Specifically in the Uber shader. So this is what influences the colored output. And I probably need a shader def in here that I can toggle so that it'll color the entire level. An if def, yeah. Yeah, it would be an if def on the shader def if the shader def was defined. Because I can do that manually. Right. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. This is the color for everything in the level. It's very, very basic, very straightforward. Oh, I didn't know if I could make that jump. And then this is what it looks like with the like color reveal enabled. What am I using for camera controls? What am I using for camera controls? I think we're just using custom stuff for camera controls. I don't think we're using anything for camera controls. Yeah. Okay. I think first step actually today is going to be Chris can't play the game that he made. He keeps falling off into the void. So he needs to reload the player when he falls into the void. I think that's first step for today. We already have that logic for the crate. So if we pick up the crate, throw the crate off, the crate respawns where it needs to go. But the player does not. The player will just fall forever. So probably two things then. One is that I'm tired of having a cylinder for the player. So while we probably not going to change it too much right now, I do want to make it something else. I feel like there should be a capsule in Blender and there isn't, and I don't know why, so I'm going to look that up actually. But yeah, for camera controls, we're just using custom stuff. We're using Tenua for character controls, but we coded the camera controls ourselves. Sphere, smooth shading, grab one end, including the middle U. Stretch a sphere. That's the answer. That's really the answer. Okay, I guess that's the answer. Suzanne, just Suzanne head. I do have another like body for a character. It's just like I haven't done anything to it, and it looks really bizarre if I try to put it in. Specifically, I think because the face is still in here. No, that's a cube. I think this is the face. Yeah. So like we could use this character, except I feel like getting the character all rigged and everything is going to take a lot of work. I keep avoiding it. Answer, just make your own. To the camera stuff, yeah. The camera stuff for us wasn't too bad. Adobe has some pre-models with animations included. I do have I have access to all of Kenny's stuff. So if I wanted to, we could go to a Kenny asset. They have, where's the little character creator? Like these mini characters. I don't know if they have any others, actually. Yeah, they have a couple, but nothing I want to use. So they have these mini characters. We could use something like that. I just don't want this proportion set up for the game. Quaternius. Those who hoard the free fab assets already have hundreds of models. I think I have all the fab assets. We didn't need to like individually click download on all of them, right? It was just like click that mask button. I guess if you did it after the first. Okay, so I don't think I put the logic for this respawn anywhere special. The Quixel is only terrain and scenery, yeah. Yeah, keep it simple. That's what I'm trying to do. Like I have this, I have it rigged. I don't have it painted. But yeah, anyway, I have work in progress. I don't have So I think that what we're going to do here is UV sphere. I think it was a UV sphere that they were using, right? Yeah, scale it down to there. And then which one is the middle? And then here, and do this. That's what they said to do for a capsule. That's so silly. And then I don't know how to recenter this on the geometry. Let's do anchor to mid or something. Paint it right now. paint the character. Texture paint the. I could. I don't really know what I'm doing. What is this? Z-axis. I think that works. Let's drop this in here. Did we put the eyes on the character? Oh, look at that. I already messed up. When did that happen? That happened immediately, didn't it? That happened immediately because I only selected the front quarter and then extruded. Yeah. Where's the X-ray? I don't know where the X-ray selection is. So we're going to be... How do I subtract a selection? Nope. Then I'll move it down a little bit. There's our little capsule. So cylinder 1 can go away now. Rip cylinder. Why is this not fitting inside of that? That's my real question. So because I'm in the wrong mode, am I selecting it wrong? Am I not allowed to parent anything anymore? You're late. Move cursor to view and then parent? What do you mean? I don't... Why would cursor matter? I guess I don't understand what the object is in Blender. We've got the mesh, we've got the object, we've got this parented to that. We've got an empty inside of that. So I guess if I want to do all of this, then I have to move it here instead. Oh boy. None of the parenting commands are working. That's unfortunate. I don't know what you mean by move cursor to view. What do you mean put cursor in the middle and then hit the parent key? Yeah, I'm in the 3D view though. Oh, you mean, yeah, okay. Gotcha. So if I take these and I do this, then I should be able to, God, it's so annoying that you have to do that. And then I delete this. Or I don't delete the right thing. Delete this. Well, that was an adventure. Welcome to Floundering in Blender with Chris. As I jump off again. Obviously, the first level needs to be not floating platforms because I'm just not there with it. And if I'm not there with it, then can't really expect any other people to be there with it. Cute little bean. I think the bean is important too because there was a vibe of like the cylinder not touching the ground smooth enough. And the floating character controller was never meant to make the cylinder touch the ground all the time. So I think having the bean or the capsule or whatever is going to be better in the long term. Okay, so let's, instead of that, I guess, we've got level 1, right? We could do a duplication of it. Can we dupe these? Can I go to this, copy and paste? There we go. And then we have level 2. Hopefully level 2 is not like weirdly linked. I actually didn't think about that. G, how do I get it back to 0? Can I get it back to world 0? Snap toggle, set snap base. Global, local, gimbal. I'd love to snap it back to 0, but I guess I am not good enough at Blender to do that, so. It has now been moved. And then the instance can't be resized, can it, then? Like resizing it would require scaling, and scaling would make everything weird. Open item panel sec. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you. So we can't actually modify that. It looks like we could scale it. But is scaling really what I want to do here? Definitely not on the z-axis. I feel like scaling will end up being bad. Oh, or by resetting the location. Yeah, that makes sense too. They haven't fixed half space yet, have they? Why am I in Bevy's repo? Avian 3D. That's where I want to be. I don't see it. So maybe this is closed. Author me. Nope. Maybe. No, that's the raycast debug. Did we not file an issue for the half space? Maybe somebody else filed the half space issue. Shouldn't you apply scale before exporting? If loading as a scene, it gets applied. Okay. The question that I had in my head was if I have an instance of something and I scale it in the after using it as an instance, does that have problematic effects? One thing that is true almost certainly is that if I scale it, currently the components that are on it won't work anyway. So I don't think that scaling I don't think scaling is going to be the right option here, at least until there's some correlation between the size and the actual custom properties. But we don't have anything syncing those up yet. It's been a while for you. Still need to think of a project to start with 0.15. What did we get in 0.15? I'm already paying attention to 0.16, so I already forget. Volumetric fog. Require components. Yeah, entity picking. Entity picking is really nice. If you were thinking of doing anything with mesh picking or anything like that. I guess that technically already existed previously if you were using Bevy mod picking. The curve stuff is really cool. We haven't really played that much with it. What else? OIT. Yeah, I guess from like a development perspective, bubbling observers too. Observers can now bubble up. 0.16 has relations. 16 is 0.16 is working up to be a big release. Procedural atmospheric scattering already got merged. This, I've seen some of the demos in Discord. This is incredible. This looks so good. Relations got merged. A ton of rendering stuff is happening as well. Default query filters. This is going to be something that we actually probably want to take advantage of in this game. Disabled entities build on top of default query filters. There will be a jam. Yes, there will be a jam for 0.16. Which, going back to what we're working on, it doesn't look like BlendV is going to be updated to 0.15 for an official release. So I'm thinking about doing something lighter weight so that when 16 comes out, we have something. And the idea there is effectively, I have in this project forked Bevy Gltf. We have custom properties in this project, so we can already see the logs here. So like here, well, that's not what I wanted. So like here, we've got a raw value with a collider that is a cuboid, a cube size of 111. This is the little box that we keep throwing around. The color reveal value of red, the rigid body dynamic, out of bounds behavior respawn. So if we have that information in the loader, right, this isn't the right file. If we have that information in the loader, right here, and we're inserting GLTF extras on that node already anyway, why don't we just access the registry and attach the components there? So that's my idea for the lighter weight version of BlendV. Basically just use the registry information. I probably will do a little bit of a Blender UI, but it'll be a significantly simpler version of BlendV. But yeah, if we can name things in here, then we'll be able to serialize them out because we can set them as a serialized string inside of Blender. And if we can do that, then we can store any kind of data we want, serialize it out here, look for all the components and attach them. And then we don't have to do this like continuously hacky thing that I keep doing, where I keep building out this giant bmesh extras struct with random custom properties. I think this has already hit its own weight. I think that this is about as big as I ever want this to get. So it's been on my mind a lot lately about how to reduce that. You'd probably start out of the main branch, but first you need to figure out how to make an ocean with waves and then make it work in multiplayer. I think the multiplayer thing would be the tough part in my mind. There's a couple people who have done ocean and waves work. I don't know how you would sync the wave values. But then again, I feel like I don't know much about multiplayer. I've mostly avoided multiplayer so far. Anyway, let's do lib, but let me grab this whole thing. And stick it in level 2 as its own thing and delete the other one. Delete. Then this will go GZ. if I can put my cursor in the right spot. Because this doesn't need to be as deep, but GZ negative 2.5, I think is the right thing. And then we can scale this up. Ten seems a little bit big. What is it? Shift Z 5. Maybe 10's not so big. I feel like I want to be the actual, like the minimum that we need to actually do for a first level. So maybe we do just on the y-axis. Oh, that is 15. Maybe we do this. And then I think we face that way. I think we face in the y direction. I guess we'll find out. Y. If waves are a function of time, you just need to sync the time. No. Yeah, I guess if it's all deterministic. You had Bevy water, but you would make it, to make it server side would be a pain. Probably will end up with your own noise wave thing and have the clients use that as a seed generator. Yeah, okay. So you have deterministic and then doing what Hukasu said, where you just, like, you could even roll that back if it needed to be. But yeah. Hey, Justice, how's it going? Have you used Bevy eGUI a lot? I haven't used it a lot. I have used it. How do you handle events into Bevy? Have a local and check the inside of the UI function if it changes to then signal? Don't know your answer to that, actually. I would check the examples, Jesper. Right. Examples in here probably have it. eGUI painter callback. Bevy order was nice, but it has issues, limitations with tiling multiple chunks. Something procedurally generated would be nice, but not with Bevy water unless they change things. Yeah, I haven't used Bevy water myself, so I'm not sure. Especially with rollback and hot joining. Yeah. So somebody joins, you know, like half an hour into the session and like, what's the state of their water? Okay, so I want to spawn a different level here. We'll just make this level 2 for now. Cool. Ran into an error. How do we run into an error already? No entry found for key. Level 2, because I didn't save the thing. Oh, I totally just moved that inside of the edit mode, didn't I? I always do that. I think we're okay, though. I don't think that really matters. Yeah, level 2 doesn't exist. level 2 didn't exist because of the export. So I need to fix the collider. This is currently 5.15.5, and we have, where's object? We have 1.1.1. Right. We have to set the limits here higher. Doesn't really matter what the limit is. This just needs to be 5.5.15 because the dimensions are different. No hold point is interesting. Also not long enough. Not long enough because I moved the center. How do I undo that? How do I undo that? Split, separate, divide. Yeah, you have things working, but it's a bit verbose and like copy paste and everything. Yeah. The immediate mode nature of it doesn't jive so well with Bevy from how you've used it so far. Yeah, I mean, there's reasons that Bevy or like eGUI in general wasn't adopted as the primary like UI interface. How do I recenter the origin? Subdivide, bridge, poke, triangulate. Mesh. Bend, push, pull, scale. Split, separate, symmetrize. Individual origins. Shoot. Is this 0? There we go. So that should be it. Okay, so I want this level to work. Well, I've just jumped off again. I guess I need to really do that. Let's do the player respawn. So out of bounds behavior respawn. So this is if something with the out of bounds behavior respawn has clicked or has hit the out of bounds below. We reset the velocities and grab the transform. The transform is original transform. Maybe we just spawn you at the original. Where else do I set the original transform? That's in main. That all sets if I just do respawn, actually. So I think that should just work. I wonder if this works. I don't know this. This is when we spawn in any scene, right? This is the observer callback. Yeah. So technically we could just attach these two components to the player. Out of bounds behavior respawn. Where's player? Players in main. I need to do another refactor of this. I have codes scattered all over the place. RG player. Main player with player. Level spawn probably has player. Here's the player. I think we say, where's the transform? Here's our position. So we'll do position, I guess clone here, and then put that down here because it's more behavior oriented, and that just happens to be where I'm putting stuff like that. So original transform and then respawn or out of bounds behavior. Respawn. So with those two components, that's fine. So with those two components added, our player should respawn. I don't know if that answer is going to be yes, actually. Yeah, okay, it is. Actually, that's really nice. That's the wrong spot, but there's nothing that I can hold on that box for some reason. You could keep some velocity, but set XY to respawn so you drop back into the world. I think I already am dropping back into the world because the way that I'm doing this is, I think, spawn point plus 10. So if I just keep jumping off, then I actually do just spawn, I just drop. Yeah, I mean, I rarely, I feel like, follow the title of the stream. I end up getting here and I go, oh, wouldn't it be cool to? But yeah, so if you like if you kept walking off, this would keep dropping you in the same spot. And then I think for this one, the whole goal is going to be to carry this box just straight ahead. Right? So you pick up the box, you bring the box forward, you get to the final location, and the level is over and you win. Right? And then you go to the next one. So this is like level 1.1, right? Like you drop into the game, you have no idea what you're doing. You have to, I guess you don't have to learn how to pick up the box because I just pushed it over there. But there will be an additional jump or something. So the question then is, how do we determine that you've brought the right box to the right location? I guess we label them somehow. Well, okay, let's start off with why can we not pick up the box? That seems to be more important at the moment. Maybe I put a little barrier in the middle so that you can't just push it like that, right? Because like this is not really what I want you to do for the first level. I want you to pick up the box and walk it over. So I think at least in level 2, which is really level 1, let's have an additional thing here. I'm just going to call this barrier. This will be scale. Well, let's move it up first. G, Z, not Z. Yes, Z. Z is up. Let's move it up one. Let's move it up another, like, 2, I guess. Label or color also makes it visual as to which box should go where. Yeah. Yeah. You think the loop is a bit glitchy? I think when you respawn too early and the level boxes on top of the screen do disappear abruptly. Not a real issue. You respawned too early and the level boxes. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like we could lower the bottom. We could make you fall further. What happens when you fall holding a box? Well, you have to be able to hold the box in the first place. So we need to fix that, actually, is what's... Shift X, I think is what I want. Yeah. So really, this isn't supposed to be very high. It's just supposed to act as a deterrent to push the box forward. So I think the location is fine. We need to change the size. Size is 531 right now. So that's 1, 3. The box hasn't changed, right? The box hasn't changed. It's just a copy of the instance. So it really is strange to me that that would have an issue. Let me take a look at the crate. The hold point is on the crate. So that feels weird, but let's get an export going here. Is there anything in here that could cause the hold point to not be custom properties, apply modifiers, attributes? No, I don't think so. Unless there's something for empties that I missed. Geometry nodes, CPU. It's weird because I think the hold point should be there, but we can check it. So no hold point entity in interactable tree. I wonder if that's because, let's check where the raycast is going. Actually, we've got dev here. Let's bring in the raycast debug. Run this. Yeah, what happens when you fall holding a box? We'll figure it out right as soon as we can pick up a box, we'll jump off with the box. So raycast is hitting. I guess it's technically a shapecast, right? But raycast is hitting, so not really an issue. Can't push this into that. Let's do a quick check. Level, children, entity, children, crate collection, children, crate root, children, hold point. So actually this is hold point 001. That's not good. We need to turn this into a component. We're using names. Yep, we're using names. We need to turn that into a component specifically. Where do I put that component? Maybe just in lib for now with everything else that I haven't decided how it works. The question is, the hold point, is it an enum? Could there be multiple hold points? I think right now the answer is no. So we'll just leave it as a marker. Let's start doing our, you know, Bevy greens, as it were, the things we are supposed to do for new types. So that this stuff actually starts showing up in the registry when we do move over to the registry. Okay, so hold point is here. Hold point is in main. This is checking the name to see if it's hold point. I think we need to have a query for hold points. Right? This needs to get pulled in. Then this is going to be children, iter descendants, find map. This is a match on named entities, but we don't actually need that. We need what? Hold points dot get e dot map. I guess is some. I guess we match here. So this is going to be match. So we're going to keep this stuff. This is going to be hold points. This is not going to give us anything interesting. I don't think. Well, this needs to give us the entity of the hold point, actually. So we do need the entity in that query. The name doesn't need to be there anymore. Comma there. This entity doesn't exist currently. This is going to be entity. I guess we already have the entity though, right? Like if we're looking for this, like find map in children, we have entity. These are both entity. Those are both entity. This okay isn't going to be anything to us. Transforms okay. We can rewrite this to be a little bit cleaner. This feels a little messy, but and then this will just give us the entity, I think, right? No, that gives us a vec3. Perfect. Children, iter descendants. If it's a hold point and we can get the transform, this is a query of children, though. Yeah. Yes, query unit width is valid. This is valid. This is actually how we should write it. Because hold point doesn't matter to us, and we don't have any value here. But children, iter descendants, the hit entity, find map, the hold points, transforms get okay. This would turn it into an option. So we map over that, get the translation instead. which we could do inside of here, but we didn't. So then we end up with the location of the hold point. Do we use the hold point location? There we go. Yeah, okay. So we get the hold point location to move it up. So I think that should work as long as our blender types work out. So now we do need also hold point, which is going to be, I guess, a Boolean. So it'll always be false otherwise. So I think we don't need to do anything other than drop a default on it. So hold point is always default false unless it's set by us to be true inside of Blender. And then where are we doing this? We're doing it in the level spawn. I guess that's not bmesh extras, is it? Well, it could be. One thing that we've done here is we actually have different kinds of extras. So there's mesh extras, there's node extras, there's scene extras, etc. And we've kind of merged them all into one struct. So I think this is mesh extras, so it won't be there. This will be on nodes, so I think it'll be here. So this is like handling colliders. This is handling out of bounds behavior. This is handling the spawn point. So we're going to do something like this. And this is going to be D hold point. And this is not going to be spawn player event. This is going to be insert hold point. And this is the kind of thing that I think we could move into the loader, actually. It can be both depending on how you do it in Blender. I would do node extras, but that's me. You would do node extras in Blender, you mean? That's what I'm planning on doing. I think that's just Gltf extras for us. So this should insert the hold point for us. We don't have a hold point set up, so we need to do that. Let's go to library. Let's go to hold point. Hold point is an empty object, new, string, hold point, default value, not string. Why did I call this string? Boolean. So this exported should work, I think. Yeah. I was planning to do it on the object. The way that we started writing the bmesh extras thing has gotten messy. So bmesh extras is actually not mesh extras. It is actually everything. So we have a weird mapping from a bunch of different kinds of extras in Blender to this bmesh extras type, which is the wrong name. It's just extras. Yeah, you need coffee. I need coffee. I had coffee being delivered this morning, but it didn't get here fast enough. Actually, it's outside. It's outside my front door. Hopefully this works. Okay, and now we're seeing no hold point. So let's see if that component got added in the first place. level, children, create children, create roots. Children, hold point. Hold point doesn't have a hold point on it, so miss on that. Is this inside of something it shouldn't be inside of? This is Gltf extras. What other ones do we have? Do we have a Gltf node extras? We have extras, mesh, scene, and material. So I think it should be in extras if it's going to be. So it should be here. So let's debug data. Actually, we don't need to debug data because I've been logging out all of the data already. We do have a hold point here. Oh, it's defaulting to true? Is that accurate? No, I think we just have a bunch of cubes, right? Yeah. I think we just have a bunch of cubes. So we do get a hold point for true. The question is, did it serialize, I guess? Exported? I did export. Just checked it. What's the issue here? Is the issue that I didn't do debug for... Did I really not do debug for this? I guess not. I've never debugged this value before. Ding, ding. Perfect. Out of bounds behavior as well. Cool. Okay. So our logic doesn't find it again. But that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the debugs here. Data, hold point, false. Let's look for hold point. The raw values are there. The regular ones are not. Does it need to be on the instance? Is that the issue? False, 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 right? This is the spawn point, so it shouldn't have it. This is a collider. This is a collider. This is also a collider. So it doesn't show up at all, it looks like. Here. Wait, can you do info some data? Never seen that before? Yeah. So there's some special debug syntax for tracing, and this is one part of it. If you can't log it like this, right, because it doesn't implement whatever, you can use the debug formatter by doing this, which is wonderful. It's really, really useful. Okay, so it doesn't come in here. This would catch it even if it failed. So I am inclined to say that it didn't make it. Did I? I know I said I exported earlier. Did I not export? I really, really thought I did. That is GLTF extras. So we've got 4 hold points. There are true hold points. This is going over everything in the scene. This is for the mesh extras. So I guess we could do like an info here too, just to check. I don't think it would be in mesh extras unless it considers empties to be a mesh. That would be weird, right? All false. So it's not in any of those. Where would it be then? Extras, scene extras? I don't think so. I think this is the scene route, right? I guess let me hold point here has hold point checked, right? We know it has hold point checked. We know this is getting into the GLTF file. It's set to true because it's checked. We know it's set to true and we know it's in the file actually. Because if we run like this, and I look for a hold point in here, while it's false for all of the things that we are iterating over in the scene, it is true when we're loading in the GLTF. So let me do something really silly, actually, and do a string debug. And let's call this the hold point. So we should be able to see this show up in the import data. The camera covers the custom properties. That's not good. I guess we could move it. Is it better to have it on the other side? Like over here? Because it doesn't look like I'm looking at the... looks like I'm looking off screen now. Where's the... There we go. Now I'm still looking at the screen. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, so we put the debug here. Hold point is checked. It's unfortunate that it's in the bottom right. That would be problematic with the code. What do you mean? Yeah, you always just did the string formatting. Yeah. You don't need to do the string formatting for actual data though. Because technically when you're not using it inside of Bevy, that this is used for structured data, whereas this is just some message. So if you want structured data, you would put it before this, and you can even do like stuff like this, right? You can just throw arbitrary structured data in there. And this tracks an event inside of the spans that you have for your function or whatever. Then you take that and you go into like observability software or monitoring software or whatever, and you query all of that data to find out where the problems are. Yeah, okay. I don't know where to put the face cam then. Top right? Is top right better? I could just make the desktop smaller, but I kind of wanted to give it all the space. Okay, so let's take a look for hold point for the moment. I'll switch it back when I stop doing custom property stuff. See, so we've got the hold point here. Node extras raw value. So this is a node. We get the hold point value here. But when we instantiate the level, that allegedly doesn't have anything with a hold point. Stream in 21.9, so the view continues 16.9, and you have 5.9 to do whatever. Okay, so this is coming out of Blender. We know that. The question is, why isn't it showing up in any of the data? This is for all of the mesh stuff, so I'm not even concerned about that because it should show up here. And it's not showing up here even, so that's a real weird, that's a conundrum. I don't know why that's not showing up. Maybe it's not in GLTF extras. Let's do something real silly. Okay. We're not even gonna entity.log components. So this will just, for every entity in the scene, log the components. This comes out as a bunch of infos. We have a bunch of stuff. So we've got scene extras. Let's just look for extras. We've got scene extras, GLTF extras 4 times. And that's it. Then we've also got material names. Material names are not where it's going to be. And let's do this as well. We cargo run. We look in here. We find the ID of the hold point. Which I wish we could just search for, but I don't think we can. I think I have to click through every time. So hold point is 31. Hold point does not have a hold point on it. 31. I don't think 31 has... Where's 31? I saw 31. Here's 31. So 31 doesn't have extras on it at all. Like, not at all. 0 extras. So I'm inclined to say that empties can't have components attached to them because they can't have extras. Was the change you made to the GLTF floater just for the debug messages? Yes. Truly empty. Yeah. So that's interesting. Empties can't have custom properties. Is that accurate? Wow, that page is taking forever to load. Mesh custom properties. This is an issue from a while ago. I think this got fixed. Actually, you know what? I think this would just be... What is the issue here, actually, now that I think about it? Because we're getting the data. We know we're getting the data. So is GLTF extras not getting applied? Yes, I am sure. And I'm sure because if we look at hold point, we get hold point true. This debug, the hold point, is also from those custom properties. So we know the data is coming in. We know we're getting that for a node. So if I look at the loader logic, this is where that is getting logged out. And this should be where it's getting inserted. So when we see hold point true, debug the hold point, that should be getting inserted into the GLTF extras. Yeah, it would be a shame to be bumping my head over something like that. We had something like that, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, where I basically had an issue with the outline shader, and the issue completely went away when we re-exported the GLTF. So, and it was never an issue again, knock on wood. But yeah, so this is saying that we have this data. It's supposed to be inserted here onto the node. Like I could do this. It'll take a little bit longer to compile, but I'm not that worried about it. So like the node should be there, but the node isn't there. And the question then is, why isn't the node there? I could switch back to the release version of Bevy GLTF loader, just to make sure. But I didn't change anything else yet. I only added some logs. And it's weird that it's logging out. The node has insert on it. It's allegedly getting GLTF extras. Oh God, that pushed me all the way up. Nothing like scrolling through 7,000 characters of back scroll. Okay, so extras. Here's a GLTF extras, right? We are getting some GLTF extras, but we're only getting 4 of them. The 4 that we're getting have things like parent, name, visibility, transform, right? So there is this one, which if the entity numbers, which I believe they are, stay the same, then we don't get the GLTF extras on the empty for some reason. But it should be getting inserted right after we log it out. And we are 100% logging out hold point true on a bunch of these. Let's check the other level. Let's make sure that it's not some weird individual level thing. It is. Okay. I don't know the answer then. Is there something else that we're doing with names? Crate root, crate cube mesh, right? Let's do... Why did I name something crate in a Rust project? That doesn't make any sense. Well, that was a mistake. Okay, crate player, out of bounds. We don't have anything looking for the name crate, right? What else could it be? Could I have named it wrong? Hold underscore point. Hold underscore point. Call it box instead. Yeah. What is the problem? Crate collection. Okay, let's look at level 1. Level 1 is crate collection, crate collection. Level 2 has crate collection 1, crate collection. Can I rename this? Cannot rename this. Crate dash collection. Let's look for that. RG crate dash. Nothing. What could possibly be wrong? The level that worked also printed the no holding point. Yes. But not here. Right? The level that worked does it. Right? So let's do a bunch of enters. We'll do a pickup, which works, and a throw. And I think there's a little bit of a race condition because I've attached the throwing and the pickup behavior to the same key, and I'm only reading the actions, not the current state of the player when I'm doing that. So that's why that shows up. But this is still, it still gets picked up, right? It's still possible to pick this up. Which means that it must have that component on it, right? I guess it's no longer that, right? Crate root, children, hold point, hold point. So this has the component on it. So the question is, why doesn't the other one? Why doesn't this one? Why doesn't this one? Maybe I need to just instance. Where's instance? That's it. That's got to be it right there. Crate collection and crate collection 1. Let's do GZ 0.5. GX, GY, I don't know, 2 or something. Only with throwing. Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't mind running through debug because sometimes explaining the stuff triggers it, right? Okay. This is level 1. Level 1 works. Where is level 2? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's something because I copied the scene and pasted the scene. For some reason that broke this. I don't know. I really don't know. I I got nothing for you, unfortunately. How did I add the gizmos at the end of the ray cast when the ray hit the other box for the holding functionality? The gizmos here, all of this stuff is also it's post processed. That's so interesting. I'm pretty sure the outline shader is applying to the gizmos. Anyway, these gizmos are from Avian. They're part of the debug plugin. Yeah, like Yukasu said. It's nothing special that I did. There's no yeah. It's just the physics debug plugin from Avian. Which we don't need now that we know it works. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. This is oh, is that inside of the platform? Did I interesting. Did I put that inside of the platform and thus the hierarchy was wrong? Nope. That wasn't the issue. No idea what the issue is. Very honestly, no idea. These look the exact same to me. Oh, you know what? Actually, this was a copy of the instance before I added whole. Yeah. This is a copy of the instance before I added the extra custom property. That's what this is. How do I know that? Not the exact same instances of different collections. How could they possibly be different collections though? You know? Because I copied the scene directly, pasted the scene, and doing that, what? Created a new. Is this like linked to the old scene somehow? Let's look at this. I'm so confused. I have no idea what just happened. That's pointing to crate collection 1, which what, doesn't exist? There is no crate collection 1 instant, like, you know? How do I get back to whatever this is? Collections are not scenes. I don't know what you mean by collections are not scenes. You're saying that the wrapper around the instance is... These two things are named differently, and that's fine. The issue is clearly this being named differently. But oh, this is a collection? And then this is... Okay, this is an instance of a collection, right? That's the question. Why is this a different collection? And how do I even know what this is linking to? Right? Right, this is an instance. I guess this is an intermediary collection, which is pointing to this, right? This is crate collection. There is no crate collection 1. That doesn't exist. So what is that? That's an instance of a past version of the instance that was cloned and kept somewhere. In the object properties instancing panel, object properties, instancing panel, what is crate collection 1 and how did it get created? Is it instancing itself? You know? What is create what is that? And how did it get created? So if I change the instancing and I run this, now we can pick this up. Pick both of them up. I will say I am very confused by that. I truly do not know where crate collection 1 came from. I guess if you copy and paste a scene, well, Blender would have had to create it on its own, right? Because it's not used anywhere else. It's got 0 users, it looks like, now that it's not being used here. So when I copied the scene, it must have created a brand new instantiation of that. But I got to be honest, I don't even know how I would get to it to edit it, right? Where is that data stored is my real question. How would I know that that got created as a new collection? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But that is what happened overall. So at least we know now. Let's delete this. Okay, so this level then Now that we can pick it up, we'll do the jump off. Whee! Oh, you actually keep it with you. That would probably be a bug. Honestly. I'm not really mad at that, but that's probably a bug. How do you apply shaders in Bevy? Yeah, Blender definitely did a deep copy of it, and I don't know why it did a deep copy of it, because it's still also shown as like a separate collection, but that collection is only used in that one place. And where did the other stuff go? Because if it's referencing the stuff that exists already, then it should have the custom property, right? So it must have deep copied that as well, but where is that data in the UI? Shaders. There's a whole folder here of how to work with shaders. The first one I would look at is shader material. This will show you how to put a material on something. If you're just looking for how to apply like a standard material, how to apply a color, you can go to 3D shapes, which is in the 3D folder, and that will show you how to set up, I don't know, this, in this case, it's like a debug material. I think it's at the bottom that they set it up. Yeah. So they create this texture. That they then create a standard material from. This standard material is what you need to create. Doesn't matter if you use a texture or not. That material gets put into a component like this, mesh material 3D. I don't know if this is big enough for people to see actually. So mesh material 3D, standard material that you added to the materials assets. Yeah. So if you're looking for just the standard material here, if you're looking for shaders, go to the shaders directory. There's examples for the same thing. Let's get rid of some of these debugs because now we're just dumping out a bunch of stuff. Yeah, my first stop is always those examples. Anytime there's a question about how something works in Bevy, if there's an example, it's a great place to start. Let's just do extras here. And then we need to get rid of log components. Should make a video of like top 10 Blender tips that will trip you up when building a Bevy application. Barely anybody would need it, but you know what I'm really excited about? The no standard stuff. I'm really, really excited about the no standard stuff. They got it working on a Game Boy Advance. Well, not on the hardware, but on a Game Boy Advance emulator. So they're building a Game Boy Advance ROM with Bevy and running that in the Game Boy Advance emulator. Very cool, very exciting. I still didn't export this again. So anyway, I bought a Game Boy Advance to run Bevy games on. Let's make this some color, I guess. Material. Pick some random color. Something pretty light. Same thing down here. Pick some random color. And now we have a cube, a little thing to block you, an introduction to the fact that the color follows you. And then we need a ending there. So the question is, how do we determine that somebody has made it to that position? Game Boy Advance has an ARM7 TDMI. You did your final thesis on an embedded product using this processor. Sweet. That's very cool. I think it's really, really, really cool that Bevy's getting no standard support and can support retro consoles. Incredibly cool. I want to have a video ready to go when 0.16 drops, and it's going to be something along the lines of like building retro games with Bevy or something like that, or I don't know. Figure out a title for it. Okay. So we need like a goal zone. I think the question really is, does it matter that the cube is in the zone? Or does the cube being in the zone send a trigger? I think this cube being in the zone sends a trigger that we can then write code to handle. I think we get an observer event from the cube going in. And maybe the cube disappears after. So really what I need is I guess we want a cube because I'm going to want to put a shader on it. And this is going to be a goal, I guess. And put that here. I realized that I just put my face on it. I guess scale this. We're in object mode. Scale this in edit mode by 3. Do that here. Save. And then this probably needs a component on it, right? This is the other thing. I keep being like, I want to put a component on this. We need to keep expending Blender mesh extras or whatnot. So I think one of my goals this week is going to be to make the Blender extras stuff more usable so that we can just kind of like click through maybe and add some components here. Yeah, And then this, I guess, on the material. I think we want it on the object. Or rather, maybe on the... What do we want? We want... probably on the object. Can you get a type by name with Bevy's reflection? Yes. You would have done the move in edit mode to have the object origin at base. Yeah, we've talked about that a couple times though. This isn't going to move. This is not going to be a thing, right? This is going to be a sensor. Yeah, you think we should do that? We can do that. That's not. Done. It doesn't matter in this case because it's just going to sit here like this. We're going to have to come up with a shader for this at some point. So the question, we probably want this object, custom properties, what, string, collider, not collider, I guess collider, right? Collider, cuboid. Do we have a sensor on this already? I don't think so. The wash cycle drop point shader? Yeah. We could just copy that. But the collider will be around the origin. No. Yes. Yes. That's why. we've had that discussion before, and every time we go to do it, that's why we don't do it. I apparently am having significant trouble doing this. That is why we don't do it every time. Because all of the colliders are on the center. So if we move the center, then we have to like place the collider in a different spot. So we would have to anchor at the bottom, then transform the collider up, which means that we have to put it on another nested level deeper. Oh, no, you're good. It's not an issue, just to be clear, Xavier. Never an issue. What am I doing here? I am doing collider, cuboid, float array, cube size. These need to be higher. Cube size is 333. So we're going to go 333. And we're going to realize that I didn't type something correctly or save it or something. Those are the defaults, not the max. 333 cuboid. Do we have sensor in our mesh extras? I don't think so. We have static and dynamic. We have collider. We don't have sensor. Well, here we go again. this is why I want to get into that at some point soon. Let's see, main, get rid of that. We don't need those debugs anymore. Go back down. This is on the object, not the mesh. So this is going to be sensor. And the collider, I think, gets applied here. And I think that's all good. So this should, if we save it out, going back to the get type by name question, you could parse the JSON without deserializing into a struct and get the key as the component name and try deserializing the value into that type. The type registry does all of that stuff already. Like, we can get all of the names. Okay, so we get into this. Cool. And then we need to probably also have a marker for goal. So probably not d.sensor, but d.goal. And then this is goal in sensor. This doesn't exist, so we'll dump it in lib for now. Another marker component. Pull that in. So this should have goal and sensor now. And any goal and sensor would have a standard material replacement. Right? Let's make sure that that is actually where that would go. I think it is. You could parse the JSON without deserializing into a struct and get the key as the component name. Try deserializing the value into that type. Yeah, so just like keep Blender stringy and then just hope that it works. And if it doesn't work, then I guess you get a silent error or you get an error. One of the things I want is for it to do a UI in Blender so that I don't have to keep going into custom properties and I don't have to keep remembering exactly what everything is, so that I can just start attaching things to components or attaching components. What was I going to do? I was going to check the sensor. What was I going to check the sensor for? Here's the goal. There's a collider. Children of the goal has the mesh. The mesh has the standard material. I guess that's the question, isn't it? I think it needs to be on goal. So I think we do want to put it on the parent. But we also want to have something for the mesh. So what do we want to have for the mesh? Right, if this is the goal, and that's where the collider is going to go, and we need to change the material for the mesh. Texture, material, data, constraints. Mesh. Custom properties in the mesh. And then mesh material. Everything gets the Uber material. So if we do set up something like this, I feel like the question is, should it get the Uber material as well? Right now, we're just applying it to everything. The Blender UI plugin would simplify the user process, but to be featureful, it's basically rewriting Blenv. Yes, Blenv is currently on hiatus, though. And it's not basically rewriting Blenv. The way that I was thinking about doing it, if we look at the loader at these locations, this is where I want, so the logic that we have for the BMesh extra stuff, this is where I want to handle it. Right here, right in the loader. If we do it right here, right in the loader, then we can do the registry stuff here. And then all of the Blender stuff is just the UI, which is actually significantly less than Blenv does. Blenv does a number of things and has a lot of code. And basically by giving up the whole blueprint system, by giving up a bunch of that extra code like that, then we only need to make we only need to make one change inside of Bevy, and that's for Bevy Gltf. That's here, anywhere we apply the extras. Anything that can deserialize into a component gets applied here. And then the only thing we need to do in Blender is the UI for setting those properties in the extras. And then I think actually we might have something that, like we might be able to potentially ask Bevy if this is a valid thing or not. I don't know that a full GLTF package fork is necessary for this. Maybe we could get some kind of like extension function in here or something like that. So like anytime there are extras here, plug in, deal with the extras. I don't know. I haven't spoken to anybody about getting something like that in, but that feels like an easy way to get it in there. Do you have access to the type registry inside the loader? You should, right? This is load node. Load node is not actually a, like a system. Where's load node called? Here's load node. So this is load node. This function is the like scene spawning effectively. Or not the scene spawning, sorry. This is loading. Process loaded texture. Did I go right past it? I think I did. Let me pay a little bit closer attention. process loaded texture is defined in line. Bevy animation stuff. This is load GLTF. I thought we had world access in here actually. I guess we technically don't because we have a new world. It's a good question. Because this is all the new world. Let's check. Load context doesn't have any of that stuff, but all of the loading will happen after the registry is built. And honestly, I don't know how a BSN file would work if we didn't have access to it. This is asset decompression. Load GZ asset. Right, this initializes the asset loader. I mean, so the other thing is that we could listen for anything anytime GLTF extras is set through an observer and do the same thing. And then we would have. Have you done much with audio in Bevy? Do you have a recommended third-party library, or is Bevy Audio a good choice? Bevy Kira Audio. This is the current go-to. The audio in Bevy is getting rewritten. So I'm expecting that we will end up with like a very Bevy native, like solid audio solution. But that is ongoing. And until then, Bevy Kira Audio. — 2D, 3D animation app asset. Processing alter mesh, custom assets, embedded, extra source, hot reloading, multi-asset sync. I don't know the answer to that, actually. I mean, we could do observers. Observers didn't exist before, right? Like anytime GLTF extras is inserted, we could have an observer that inserts all the extra components and stuff based on the GLTF extras. It wouldn't be too bad. We wouldn't have to fork the GLTF loader. I feel like I want it to happen in the loader, but it doesn't have to. Would that be a hooker observer? I think it could be either, right? If it's a hook, we have to fork the GLTF loader because the GLTF extras is inside of that, right? And I don't think you can add a hook to GLTF extras without having control over it. You could do an observer for GLTF extras. But then again, you could also do, like, it could also be a, hey, we have a scene, go through this scene, check all the extras function, right? I was just trying to get a little bit higher in the chain because I feel like we should be able to do it higher in the chain. Yeah, on scene instance ready, exactly. Which is what we're already doing. Alter mesh. Here's alter mesh. Alter mesh is an update. We could do on asset events as well, actually, I think, now that I think about it. Right? If we get GLTF asset transformer, is there an example for an asset transformer? I don't know that I've seen an asset transformer. Right? This is almost certainly not an asset transformer. Startup, update, alter handle, alter mesh. Alter handle is just a system. Asset server load, whatever, right? So that's not really modifying anything. That's just loading a new primitive. Alter mesh is not doing it on events, but is going for meshes for the shape that is stored. And then mutates it. So theoretically could have asset listeners for everything, right? Asset processing. Oh, the example is actually in the folder. That's not, I didn't expect that actually. Okay, using the process mode will configure the asset plugin to use asset processing. If you enable the asset processor cargo feature, this will run the processor in the background. Write the results to the imported assets folder. So that what? Writes a GLTF file back out? That feels weird. Right? Like we don't have BSN yet or anything like that. So it would be interesting in 0.16 or 17 or whatever to do a Blender to BSN export plugin. But if you enable the file watcher, yada yada. Text and cool text. Yeah, if we do this, I feel like we have to define a whole extra format. And I don't feel like we need to. Yeah. New type, the GLTF. Load, transform, and save. And there's an asset loader for text loader, right? And there's an asset loader for cool text. Embedded dependencies with settings, set the cool text stuff. That goes into the like .ron or whatever. And then the asset transformer formats a cool text into a cool text, I guess. There's a saver to save the cool text out to disk. It's a lot. So this, I assume, already has everything written out. So you would need to use special extensions. And then this just has some stuff in it that will load in. And when that loads in, it becomes a GLTF. But that doesn't make sense, I don't think. Because this is all processing to make it a GLTF. We want to make it, I guess, a scene and everything, right? Should you learn Rust after learning C++ and C? I think you could spend an entire lifetime learning C++ or C individually. I think if you want to learn Rust, you can just go learn Rust. You don't need to learn C++ or C first. Yeah, I don't think this does what we want. Right? I guess I could look more into the loading. Right? Because we're loading node and we're doing world builder or whatever. So like load node, right? GLTF node.children load node. This all goes into the same world, etc., etc. And then this is just a really long function. That's all load node. Right? So if we get a new world here for the scene, that loads all the nodes. There's extras, there's animations, all of those go into that new world. world transform. This is a lot of code to have in one file. You're absolutely right. Did your other PR end up getting reviewed and merged? The GLTF split apart one? Okay, load GLTF, right? This will give us back a GLTF. That GLTF at some point creates a whole world. One for each scene. And then what? Just leaves it? Scene new world. Scene load context finish. Loaded asset scene. So scenes have worlds in them? Yeah, scene is a world. Which I feel like is interesting. Because there's no registry happening there, right? What does world default do? Still waiting? Still waiting for what? I missed something. Default world. Oh, still waiting on the PR. Yeah. Okay, world ID. See, all of this is default. Components default is what, though? If we register components in separate worlds, they won't get the same component ID. But then how would you spawn a scene that had a component in it that actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna just take a look. We have it right here. Type registry. How do we get a type registry then? Reflection. Yeah, that's not what I meant to type. Examples. Reflection. function generic. Let's just do type data. Registry, register, registry, registry. World's got to have the type registry, right? Is it a resource? It's got to be a resource. App type registry. I don't know why it would have this. So here's the answer. This almost certainly cannot be debugged. So what do we do with it? Oh, let's unwrap here too. Type registry arc, read. Type registry arc. Read. So we are supposed to do that. Probably can't debug that. So this is hard-coded in terms of the type. But we would need to go from string. Is there anything that we can get out of this without actually... That gives us the type registry. Cool. We're just going to dump a bunch of stuff out, or potentially nothing. The type registry is tied to the app or the world. I thought it was the world. I guess it's the app. That is what I am currently investigating myself as well. I thought it was a type registry for a world, but it seems like it might not be. Because if you have a type registry for a world, how do you do scene spawning with unknown components? And if this is just default, then how do you get like transform, right? Panicked. There is no app type registry here. So I guess my question is like world.spawn transform, right? Let's go take a look at what they're doing over here. This is going to be an old version, I think, but crates. This is the registry export stuff. That's not super interesting. See, this gets world. World get resource expect read. World root. Load request path. Commands. Dynamic scene bundle. They don't seem to do anything either. This is just in a regular function though. This is not actually a world. It's just a random spawn thing. Okay. World root. It's a great question. Probably shouldn't be doing this on stream. I told myself I wasn't going to, but we somehow got on the path anyway. I think it's just so obviously an issue. Right? Like you need app type registry access. But I don't think you can get any of that in the loader. Like it creates its own world. Let's go for just an app type registry. I could use to be better with reflection anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. Right, app type registry is a resource. That gets initialized if you call get component as reflect. There's a type registry in scene. But this is going to be a regular function, right? Scene has all of the type registry stuff. So I guess theoretically the other option is if GLTF stuff is all hard-coded and we just do everything through observers, then we don't need to futz with that at all, right? Like this doesn't matter if the way we do things is similar to the way we are doing them, right? If it's this scene instance ready, but instead of doing a bunch of random stuff like this, this is where we do the registry stuff. And then that cleans this function up a whole lot. Would eGUI be of any help here? For what? What would we use it for in this case? Right now we're talking about some serialization stuff. Basically, I have this one function or this one type that just keeps growing, right? This stuff. And every time I want to add a marker component, I have to add another field to this struct so that we can serialize the custom property data from Blender. And it would just be nice to not do that. The problem from the Blender UI side is that without a custom UI, it's really annoying to write that stuff. Right? So without this UI here, without like something that sits here like next to properties or whatever, typing all of this is really annoying. Right? Because this collider and cuboid and the cube size, those are together technically. Yeah, no worries. So cuboid here has to have a vec3 inside of it. But for custom properties, we don't really get many options. We get like floats, integers, booleans, string, data block, which I don't think we want. I think realistically, we'd be doing a string and serializing it. Which means that you kind of need a UI to write that string, because writing that string by hand is really annoying as well. But I do think I'm just going to continue with it for now. We've got about an hour left in the stream, I think. I wanted to do it inside of the Gltf loader, but it doesn't look like we would have access to the type registry that we would need. So TBD. So what was I going to call this before we got sidetracked? I was going to call this material. Goal material. I don't want to name this material. I want to name this like B material or something. And all this is going to be is the same thing as these. First one will be goal. I don't know what the second one's going to be, but I'm going to leave it open for the idea that we could have one. Oh, right. That's why we got distracted. We got distracted because I don't know that I want to do a full custom material for this. Because I'm writing the Uber material for everything else. To repeat your question, why not add the property to the material instead of the mesh? Which property? We did just add it to the material. Or rather, what do you mean by that? I guess you want this to be added to the material? I guess because the mesh and the material are on the same object. So where are we doing this? Main, right? So we're on level spawning right now. We're checking for mesh extras, GLTF extras. If we do it on material, we'll need to add, what is it? Extras, material extras. pull this in. And then right, same thing here. Put this here and here. No. Put this here. So I'm gonna call this content or something. And then this data then would be the B mesh, and then we would do it in here. Oh, it's just going to be an insertion. In that case, the issue here is that I don't know that I want to do a custom material for this. Right? Offhand, I also don't know when this runs compares to our other stuff. Register. Where do we do our Uber material? Somewhere in here, right? So we do that here. Shader swap. Anything that has a standard material. Let's move this down to the other material stuff that we're already doing. Right, so if we have material extras, then we serialize that data and then we check. Otherwise we do, or we try to do the material swap. Is that what we're saying we're gonna do right now? I think so. We don't have another, thing to give it at the moment. So maybe we do a standard material with a different color. Standard materials, let's call this mute. So we haven't checked the data here at all. So like we could do if data dot okay data if data dot material let chains will be nice. If let some data dot material Then we would insert said new material here. But for our case, I do believe that we are going to just do a standard material. Just for the test. Color, HSLA, I don't know, 10. I don't remember what the ranges are for this. Let's do red 1, green 0, or I don't know. Let's do green 1, I guess. Red 1's kind of already taken. So this way we don't have to, at this exact moment, create a new material. Insert semicolons in the wrong spot. What is it? Mesh material 3D? I always forget. I can never remember that. And then what's our problem? Cargo run. Can't borrow is mutable. Res mute. Cool. Basically all of this, if we set this, then that's what we want to do. I guess we should let this happen afterwards. This is the standard material that we would have had. This is unconditionally adding our Uber material to everything. We need some kind of value out of this to know whether we applied it or not. I think the easiest, shortest way to do that is here. So then we actually do this in reverse. Same way we had it done before. So we do there's like a might not be assigned to but never used. Yeah, we don't use it yet. If added equals false, then we do this. So this should give us a green cube or the Uber material. Nope. Did I not export after all of this? material goal, export. No, I put it on the mesh. Where's the material? We don't have a material. New material. Custom properties. String material. What did I call this? Goal. Save. File. Export. Gltf. Export. Run. And there's our cube. So now when we actually have something to put there, then it will show up. Now we did have a vaguely similar material in a different project. Hukasu brought this up earlier. Maybe I didn't put it there. Where did I put it? Did I put it under my own name? No, I didn't. Going now. Observers, snake, depth. Ivy was before that. This one. And then this had assets and source somewhere, custom materials. Tile floor is not what we were looking for. Nav meshes, textures. Floor item pickup. Item pickup is what we want. So I guess I'll just copy this and dump it into our project here. It would be nice to have a little bit more of a... Oh, that's not the right place to put that. It would be nice to have a little bit more of a like collection of shaders that I keep moving from project to project. I think all that's good. And then what is this? Item pickup.wgsl has to be used somewhere. Which is here. Item pickup, item pickup. Do we register it here? Yes. Okay. Here's item pickup stuff. Let's do item pickup. And we'll do material plugin, item pickup. All these should be pub. I don't think we need color texture there. We'll see though. Materials then has a root that I will pull this into. Item pickup material. Right. Pub mod item pickup. Cool. That all exists now. This is why did I put that here? Oh, right. Use Bevy prelude star. As bind group stuff needs to come in. I think a lot of this hasn't changed since we wrote it, so we'll be pretty okay. Okay. Now the only thing left is to see how we were using it in this project. And that is like this. Hey Keith, how's it going? So let's grab this because we need to add that to our shader swap here. This is the other thing, like a lot of this. Okay, and then we do this. And we'll drop that in instead of the standard material that we just replaced. So it'll be here. Okay. So that should work. Providing I did, anything correctly there. There was an error, right? Because the shader is in a different place. Item pickup inside of custom materials. This is inside of just materials right now, right? Shaders. We're just going to check if this works, and then I'm going to rename it immediately. The other thing we did to the things that we had for that material is we changed the UVs, actually. Think about it. The UVs for this mesh have to change. If I remember correctly, we just made them all full width or full height and everything. Is that what we did? Kind of. I think I actually pulled out a couple of things. So one thing is that I don't think this had faces on the top and bottom. So I'm going to get rid of them. And then for all of these, I think these spread out to be all in the same spot. Now, the question is there an easy way to do that? Because every other time I do this, I do it very manually. And I'm tired of doing it so manually. Right? Like I can do this. Oh, that's not. I feel like this is just wrong though. Like, why would I do it like this? Just because I don't know any better way? right? Like that over and over. I guess the other thing is I don't have to do that, right? Let's put these all back for a second. If I do all of these, I do all of these. Feel like I've been able to align these in the past. I have to look into how to do this better because this is just like. Okay, so all of these. Can do all of this. And now at least they're all in the same place. Export, GLTF, export. So all I've done there, if I've done that correctly, is I've set the bottoms all to the same place and the tops all to the same place because this material was built for that. But I actually have to rotate it if you see that. So I think transform, rotate. I think that was the right direction. TBD. Run. It's the wrong direction. We've still got other issues too, but that was the wrong direction. Edit, undo what? Undo rotate. Okay. And then UV transform rotate 90. And that should be the right direction. So now there is this like glowy area thing there. The interesting part is that primitive cold mode none. What did I set the alpha mode to when I used it? What is the WGSL doing? It's been a while since I wrote this. Alpha noise times alpha. Should be blended. is not blended. What is the issue there? It's transparency. It's alpha blend is blend. What is the issue there? Let's do return vec4. Let's just do, to make sure this is working, there's a red cube. And 0 does not blend it. The Uber shader isn't applied here. The Uber shader is not in play right now. Uber shader is only on other stuff. Don't know why blend isn't working. Why is blend not working? Why is blend not working? Why is blend not working? Can't think of it. Post-process, maybe? Is the post-process messing with stuff? Post-process. Let's run this. Let's not do this. Maybe you get this right, but the Uber shader is applied in the code just below all entities with standard material, and this entity is a standard material at the time of the query. Yes, but if the standard material that we are currently using was applied over the other material, then we wouldn't be seeing the blue effect. The blue effect is a note that we actually do have the original material. I also included, which was maybe hard to catch, I included a little hack here. So if we are on an entity for which we have added the standard material here, then we don't add the other one. So all of that is taken care of as far as I'm aware. Texture load, sample. Let's see what we get out of the section texture. Yeah, so it shouldn't be touching that. Let's do everything gone. What did I do wrong? It's not the post process. It's not. Right? If it was an alpha, it's alphaing to the base box for some reason. I don't have two boxes here, do I? No. Just making sure. um what do? What do? What do? What do? What did I get wrong? I got something wrong. Post process doesn't seem related at all, so I'm going to re-enable that. Which is just the outline, so we're good there. What happened? What happened? What happened? I could absolutely just make it so the Uber material isn't applied at all to anything. And that doesn't fix it, which is what I thought was going to happen, but just wanted to make sure. Item pickup, blue, color texture, blend. What, do I need to do something special for blend? I didn't think so. We do have a specification for specialize. Right? But I don't think there's anything in here that we need to do. Front face, yeah, none of this is relevant. What did I do wrong? It's something simple. It's something really simple. Maybe something changed from version to version and I forgot. Alpha mode, self.alpha mode, fragment shader. See, they're doing basically the same exact thing I am here. So what's the difference? What's the issue? I don't know. I have messed something up and I do not know what I messed up. Was TinyGlade entirely built in Rust? I don't know if that's entirely true. It is built in Rust for sure. It uses pieces of Bevy, and they wrote their own custom renderer in Rust. I don't know if everything in it is Rust. They might have, I don't know, done Lua scripting or something. I don't know. I've never seen the code base. So saying it's entirely in Rust is probably a little bit too much, but it could be. They've spoken about some of their renderer stuff in interviews and whatnot. What the hell? Why? Why is this not working? I'm going to try some different values here and see if any of them work. I don't think any of them are the problem though. Oh, you think we have both of them on there? I mean, I guess you could be right. I am removing it off the other one. Oh, you know what? You are, I think you are right. I think I have inserted two materials onto this. Let me fix my little experiment here. Yep, there we go. Now, obviously, we have a little bit of stuff to do relating to like the outline shader and whatnot. Because like, obviously, this should not participate in the outline. And I think right now, if I had to guess, which I do, if we go into shaders and we go into post-process and we look at the red texture is going to have all of that extra blocked out. So I guess the question is, I think I put that onto every Mesh 3D, the draw stencil stuff. Not draw stencil, but draw section stuff. So I need to not have it on that. Unfortunately, I've done that as a required component. Right, in section texture here. Oh, this is such a big file. Register. Is that really commented out? I went with the observer approach. Insert section IDs. There we go. Insert section IDs. And what? This happens when we insert Mesh 3D. Do we think let's see, Uber section is here. This is our section texture writer. Let's keep this up while we're messing with it. Section texture. If 0, then 0. If 1, then 1. I think that I want to discard here. I want to discard the whole thing, but like I want to discard here. Because if we don't have that running, it works, right? It does have a little bit of shadow on it, so I need to do like not shadow receiver. You were right. Absolutely right. So like it should look something more like this. Currently we're writing 0 into it. I think when we write 0, we're overwriting whatever was there. That's a problem. So the question is, I guess I need to not have it there. Is there something else that I can put this on? Because Mesh 3D isn't enough. Let's start with the shadow, actually. Actually, if we start with the shadow, that's going to need to go into Blender types again. Maybe. Let's do insert this and not shadow receiver. I guess not shadow caster either, right? Don't cast shadows, don't receive shadows. Cool. That's good. Good start. And then can I remove? Can I remove draw section? It feels a little awkward to do it this way. Yes, I can. All right, so we're good. There we go. So theoretically, you pick this up, you get over to here, you're in the area, the sensor triggers a trigger, you're done with the level. I know it looks kind of ridiculous. This is supposed to be like the first level so that you can't just walk it over. Guess technically you could throw it, but it's a little bit hard. So you just walk it over. So the question then is, how do we do that? What a throw. Should that count? Nope. Ugh. I think it's sufficiently hard to throw that into that box that I'm okay with it. If somebody wants to spend the time to throw it in like that, fine. Should I not be here? What do you mean, should you not be here? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, you know what though? The box is blocking the physics, I think. You actually can't pick it up like that. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that too. So press a key, the longer you press it, the further it throws, and throw on the release key. Yeah, we could do something a little bit more um like toss dependent, like hold and release to throw. Might be nice to give some more control. Right now I'm thinking, okay, so we get this box or whatever box. It's not necessarily going to be this box exactly. We get this box into this spot, right? And then the sensor should trigger for the collision. And what we need out of that is do we have any collider logic already? We kind of do. Not collider, collision in lib. Collision event reader. If it's a sensor and it's an out of bounds sensor, then if it has respawn behavior, you do it. If it's a sensor, and it's a goal sensor, so this with goal, right? Then we're in the goal. This is for anything though. So we're gonna need to cut it down a little bit. I think if we run into the sensor right now, it'll work. Or it just won't work at all. Okay. That is the respawn important stuff thing. So we probably don't want to do that actually. You only know Pygame from years ago, built a 2D RPG. Programming looks easy when someone else is doing it. Yeah, I think everything looks easy when somebody else is doing it, right? The question here is entity with goal, right? Entity with goal based on how we set this up. Goal sensor should also have collider. Let's check. We can just be sure. We don't have to guess. So our level, children, entity, children, goal. Goal should have goal on it, and it doesn't. Okay, so goal should have goal on it, and it doesn't. That's important. That's why our other thing isn't working. So this doesn't seem like it's ever firing. Yep. Yep, yep. If this isn't firing, the materials are, this is on just extras. This is on the mesh extras. Where did I put the things here? Do I not have them on either? Let's go to modeling, layout, something like that. Something with a little bit more of a view. Object mode, goal, object, collider, cuboid, cube size. And what did I remove? Goal? I think I did. Let's get goal back in here. String. What did we call this? I don't even know. I don't remember. I think it was just goal, right? And it was not even a string. I think it was a Boolean. So if we save this and export, assuming that I did everything correctly. The reason I want to get to the generic stuff so quickly or so soon is that, yeah, in goal, there we go. Now we have it happening. I just had to label it. The reason I want to get to the generic stuff, like the Blender work, is because it feels like I'm building an ad hoc data format, and I don't like that. Okay, so goal sensors, we should probably, what? This should probably not be the same thing. It should probably be a different system. Just make this all the way down here. Remove some of the stuff from up here so that this is not touched. This is going to be detect goal events. This will have to run in the same process. So we put detect goal events in our update. Update runs every frame. That means this system will run every frame. Now, we don't need the out of bounds sensors because will not be working with them. We will be working with the goal sensors. This is just random objects with out of bounds behavior. I think we need objects. Let's start with just any object, I think, and then we can start giving them like IDs if we have multiple in the future. We don't need the original transform. So what we need here is some other component. What do we call this? Target and goal? Or I guess target and goal, right? Target doesn't exist is an important note here. Targets, right? So if it's a sensor, right? And either of these two is a target, I guess, and that target matches that goal, then we run our logic, and our logic will be for whichever one of these is the target. Using target for this is the wrong thing, right? For whichever one of these is the target, I guess it doesn't matter. If the target matches the goal, then we want to fire anyway. Like we just want this to happen. So if is sensor, and any of these is a target, and any of these is a goal, I'm doing it like this because we don't know which is which. And I don't feel like writing the code to like differentiate. So if we have a query for targets and a query for sensors, and we have a sensor and a target, then this should only fire if we put that crate. Well, it should never fire at the moment. Target doesn't exist. That's why. So if we derive component, and of course reflect, being good citizens here, reflect component data, struct target, right? And then for the Blender types, this is just, it's going to happen again. We're going to add it again. I promise I'll try to refactor it this week. Whether this is a target or not. Right, and here we're doing the same thing. Right, if d.target. And you can see how like simple this is for a lot of this. Like this logic is so generic. We should be able to write this in a generic way and have that data format on the export from Blender define it all for us. It should be good. I think this is messy enough that it's bothering me enough that we should definitely do that. Okay, yada, yada, yada. This will not work, right? Confirmed that it does not work. We go into here. We go to this. Now the question is, I think I put it on this. And this is going to be a Boolean, right? And it's going to be target. So if that works, then we export. That now has the data that's relevant to us. We run our game. This box should have a target on it. And it does not, I don't think. Create. Transform, time sleeping. Yeah. So the question is, where do we need to put this data for it to work? I guess we could put it on the crate, right? If we do it temporarily on the root here, this will just work for us. Now, if this doesn't work, I'll be more surprised. It does work now. So that's fine. I think that we want to be able to do that per instance. So we'll want to find a way to be able to do that per instance of the box in the level, especially as we get to having more levels with more boxes. But in this case, we can go back to our logic here. And this is going to be commands.trigger goal event. Goal event is going to have what, like nothing, I guess? Goal event doesn't exist, right? So let's derive event. Reflect event. Struct goal event. Can we not reflect event? No, I just didn't put reflect here. Okay, so we have a goal event. Is there an issue with the way that I wrote this? Cannot find reflect event in this scope. Okay, well, that's fine. It's not because I didn't derive component on it, right? No. All right, well, we just won't do that for now. This will be goal event. This will get triggered. Here's our plugin for that. We will do two things here. One is going to be add event to register our event. And then we are going to observe. The trigger will be the trigger for that event. And what are we going to do? Commands dot. I guess we have to despawn the entire level or something, right? But let's just despawn the box for now. To do that, we kind of have to know which one is the target. Right? So let's do if targets dot get contacts entity one else and I guess goal event then has target as an entity and goal as an entity. And this is wrong for some reason. What's going on here? Expected bool found result. Okay. So here we're going to have target and goal, same as down here. This will be 1, 2, and this will be 2, 1. I really wish there was a cleaner way to write that. Might try to spend some time on it at some point. Not crashing. And then we will do we'll get the event. That'll be our goal event. We'll do commands.entity event.target. Despawn recursive. Maybe we just throw it back to the original location. I don't know yet. I don't know what I want to do with this yet. I'm just going to have it despawn, I think. So if we pull that crate into the goal, the collision and the sensor will fire. We'll fire an event to be like, hey, you reached a goal. At some point, this will include additional information for like which goal was reached, so that we can write logic around like what else to trigger and whatnot. But if we put it in, then it disappears. Ta-da. Done. And there's a bug where if we don't have any data in our storage buffer, we go to 0, 0, which is fine. So now the only thing to do would be to despawn the level and spawn a new one. I don't have a good answer for how to despawn everything in the level, honestly. The only thing I can think of doing is like changing the state to next level. Should it stop in the goal, or is just crossing okay? Crossing is it for now because crossing is easier to implement. I think stopping in the goal is fine too. I think that's a gameplay decision, right? Like, if we're going to be throwing stuff into places, maybe we want it to stop. If we're going to be running things into places, then there's really no way to drop it. Will there be multiple portals? I'm not really planning on doing portals. Not currently, anyway. But I think there will be multiple boxes at some point. So there will be like, okay, if you take this to this point, then it opens a door right there. You can go through the door and then you can do the second box, like that kind of thing. There isn't a whole lot of, I guess, puzzle mechanic here. So there's going to be a little bit more to do in that sense. Right, but we can throw it in there too. I don't mind it throwing working, especially for now. But we do need to overall have like a level in, level out kind of thing, which is probably going to happen next week because we are at time for me. It's been about 4 hours. That's about how long my stream goes. I might start another stream on another day. I might do like a Tuesday or something, Monday or Tuesday or something like that. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. Yeah, we'll see. But until then, we will have it on Saturdays again. Also, should Fergie the Black-Eyed Pea be shaded smooth? Fergie the Black-Eyed Pea. Oh, you mean the... Sure. I don't know. Fergie the Black-Eyed Pea is hilarious. Shade smooth. See, that I know how to do. We'll do some more levels and stuff next week too. One of the things that I really want to do is get all of that. Oh, look at how smooth that is. That's so much nicer. This is not, I swear this is not going to be our character. Our character is not going to be a little bean. I don't know. Maybe it will be. But yeah, we'll go into doing some more levels next week. I think that now that we have a thing that can finish a level, we can now start building more levels. And through that, we'll bring up some more mechanics and things will behave slightly differently and stuff like that. But yeah, overall, generally happy with where we are right now. The Blender stuff, obviously, I need to do, et cetera, et cetera. But other than that, this week in Bevy will come out on Monday, and I will see everybody on Saturday for another stream. Unless I do another one on Tuesday, which I might do. All right, yo. Have a good one.